Dalam kehidupan, heterogenitas bukan lagi hal tabu yang jarang ditemui. Kesukaran menyamakan pendapat menjadi hal wajar saat banyak otak sedang tak saling bersahabat. Mahasiswa, sebagai kaum intelektual, menjadi tonggak perubahan yang mampu membawa Ibu Pertiwi mencapai tujuannya. Perjuangan mahasiswa aktivis bukan hanya proses penderitaan menuju tujuan, apalagi untuk mendapatkan sebuah pujian. Akan tetapi, adalah suatu proses untuk memantaskan diri meraih tujuan mulia. Mahasiswa terbaik adalah mereka yang membawa perubahan positif bagi sekitarnya. Idealisme sebagai kemewahan terakhir yang dimiliki oleh seorang pemuda menjadi hal yang patut untuk diperjuangkan demi membawa masa depan. Setiap kegiatan yang dilakukan oleh mahasiswa harus mampu untuk menjadi tonggak perubahan dan memiliki kebermanfaatan. Dan salah satu cara untuk menjadi warga negara yang baik adalah dengan turut serta membantu Indonesia mengedukasi masyarakat untuk menanamkan kesadaran perpajakan.
Sebagai jawaban atas permasalahan yang ada, perkenalkan saya Dodi Prastia selaku Ketua Umum Taxcenter Community FEB UNESA periode 2022 dan rekan saya
Aini Wahyuni Putri selaku Wakil Ketua Taxcenter UNESA periode 2022.
Halo generasi sadar pajak, selamat datang di Taxcenter Fakultas Ekonomika dan Bisnis Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Taxcenter hadir sebagai wadah untuk meningkatkan kesadaran pajak di lingkungan perguruan tinggi. Taxcenter FEB UNESA berada di wilayah Direktorat Jenderal Pajak Kantor Wilayah Jatim 1 yang mana berfungsi sebagai organisasi kemahasiswaan yang bergerak di bidang perpajakan.
Taxcenter Community FEB UNESA bertujuan untuk menjadi wadah yang mampu mencetak generasi sebagai Center of Intelligence yang produktif, kreatif, dan inovatif, serta mampu menjadi organisasi yang berkredibilitas dan profesional. Maka dari itu, Taxcenter memiliki 3 divisi, yakni Divisi Tax Event and Creative Center, Divisi Tax Training, Research and Development Center, serta Divisi Tax Service and Information Center. Dengan semangat yang tinggi untuk mewujudkan masyarakat yang sadar pajak, di Indonesia pada umumnya dan di UNESA pada khususnya, kami tidak bisa melakukan seluruh kegiatan seorang diri. Maka dari itu, perkenalkan Fusionaris Tax Center Community UNESA periode 2022.
Perubahan aturan perpajakan haruslah dapat dipahami oleh seluruh lapisan masyarakat. Dengan ini, kami berusaha untuk menyatukan, mendukung pemerintah mengembangkan masyarakat yang sadar pajak dengan menjalankan visi misi dari Taxcenter Fakultas Ekonomika dan Bisnis Universitas Negeri Surabaya dengan penuh tanggung jawab.
Taxcenter FEB UNESA,
Pajak kita untuk kita.
Dalam kehidupan, heterogenitas bukan lagi hal tabu yang jarang ditemui. Kesukaran menyamakan pendapat menjadi hal wajar saat banyak otak sedang tak saling bersahabat. Mahasiswa, sebagai kaum intelektual, menjadi tonggak perubahan yang mampu membawa Ibu Pertiwi mencapai tujuannya. Perjuangan mahasiswa aktivis bukan hanya proses penderitaan menuju tujuan, apalagi untuk mendapatkan sebuah pujian. Akan tetapi, adalah suatu proses untuk memantaskan diri meraih tujuan mulia. Mahasiswa terbaik adalah mereka yang membawa perubahan positif bagi sekitarnya. Idealisme sebagai kemewahan terakhir yang dimiliki oleh seorang pemuda menjadi hal yang patut untuk diperjuangkan demi membawa masa depan. Setiap kegiatan yang dilakukan oleh mahasiswa harus mampu untuk menjadi tonggak perubahan dan memiliki kebermanfaatan. Dan salah satu cara untuk menjadi warga negara yang baik adalah dengan turut serta membantu Indonesia mengedukasi masyarakat untuk menanamkan kesadaran perpajakan.
Sebagai jawaban atas permasalahan yang ada, perkenalkan saya Dodi Prastia selaku Ketua Umum Taxcenter Community FEB UNESA periode 2022 dan rekan saya
Aini Wahyuni Putri selaku Wakil Ketua Taxcenter UNESA periode 2022.
Halo generasi sadar pajak, selamat datang di Taxcenter Fakultas Ekonomika dan Bisnis Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Taxcenter hadir sebagai wadah untuk meningkatkan kesadaran pajak di lingkungan perguruan tinggi. Taxcenter FEB UNESA berada di wilayah Direktorat Jenderal Pajak Kantor Wilayah Jatim 1 yang mana berfungsi sebagai organisasi kemahasiswaan yang bergerak di bidang perpajakan.
Taxcenter Community FEB UNESA bertujuan untuk menjadi wadah yang mampu mencetak generasi sebagai Center of Intelligence yang produktif, kreatif, dan inovatif, serta mampu menjadi organisasi yang berkredibilitas dan profesional. Maka dari itu, Taxcenter memiliki 3 divisi, yakni Divisi Tax Event and Creative Center, Divisi Tax Training, Research and Development Center, serta Divisi Tax Service and Information Center. Dengan semangat yang tinggi untuk mewujudkan masyarakat yang sadar pajak, di Indonesia pada umumnya dan di UNESA pada khususnya, kami tidak bisa melakukan seluruh kegiatan seorang diri. Maka dari itu, perkenalkan Fusionaris Taxcenter Community UNESA periode 2022.
Surat perpajakan haruslah dapat dipahami oleh seluruh lapisan masyarakat. Dengan ini, kami berusaha untuk menyatukan, mendukung pemerintah mengembangkan masyarakat yang sadar pajak dengan menjalankan visi misi dari Taxcenter Fakultas Ekonomika dan Bisnis Universitas Negeri Surabaya dengan penuh tanggung jawab.
Taxcenter FEB UNESA,
Pajak kita untuk kita.
Dalam kehidupan, heterogenitas bukan lagi hal tabu yang jarang ditemui. Kesukaran menyamakan pendapat menjadi hal wajar saat banyak otak sedang tak saling bersahabat. Mahasiswa, sebagai kaum intelektual, menjadi tonggak perubahan yang mampu membawa Ibu Pertiwi mencapai tujuannya. Perjuangan mahasiswa aktivis bukan hanya proses penderitaan menuju tujuan, apalagi untuk mendapatkan sebuah pujian. Akan tetapi, adalah suatu proses untuk memantaskan diri meraih tujuan mulia. Mahasiswa terbaik adalah mereka yang membawa perubahan positif bagi sekitarnya. Idealisme sebagai kemewahan terakhir yang dimiliki oleh seorang pemuda menjadi hal yang patut untuk diperjuangkan demi membawa masa depan. Setiap kegiatan yang dilakukan oleh mahasiswa harus mampu untuk menjadi tonggak perubahan dan memiliki kebermanfaatan. Dan salah satu cara untuk menjadi warga negara yang baik adalah dengan turut serta membantu Indonesia mengedukasi masyarakat untuk menanamkan kesadaran perpajakan.
Sebagai jawaban atas permasalahan yang ada, perkenalkan saya Dodi Prasetya selaku Ketua Umum Taxcenter Committee FEB UNESA periode 2022 dan rekan saya
Aini Wahyuni Putri selaku Wakil Ketua Taxcenter UNESA periode 2022.
Halo generasi sadar pajak, selamat datang di Taxcenter Fakultas Ekonomika dan Bisnis Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Taxcenter hadir sebagai wadah untuk meningkatkan kesadaran pajak di lingkungan perguruan tinggi. Taxcenter FEB UNESA berada di wilayah Direktorat Jenderal Pajak Kantor Wilayah Jatim 1 yang mana berfungsi sebagai organisasi kemahasiswaan yang bergerak di bidang perpajakan.
Taxcenter Community FEB UNESA bertujuan untuk menjadi wadah yang mampu mencetak generasi sebagai Center of Intelligence yang produktif, kreatif, dan inovatif, serta mampu menjadi organisasi yang berkredibilitas dan profesional. Maka dari itu, Taxcenter memiliki 3 divisi, yakni Divisi Tax Event and Creative Center, Divisi Tax Training, Research and Development Center, serta Divisi Tax Service and Information Center. Dengan semangat yang tinggi untuk mewujudkan masyarakat yang sadar pajak, di Indonesia pada umumnya dan di UNESA pada khususnya, kami tidak bisa melakukan seluruh kegiatan seorang diri. Maka dari itu, perkenalkan Fusionaris Tax Center Community UNESA periode 2022.
Perubahan aturan perpajakan haruslah dapat dipahami oleh seluruh lapisan masyarakat. Dengan ini, kami berusaha untuk menyatukan, mendukung pemerintah mengembangkan masyarakat yang sadar pajak dengan menjalankan visi misi dari Tax Center Fakultas Ekonomika dan Bisnis Universitas Negeri Surabaya dengan penuh tanggung jawab.
Taxcenter FEB UNESA,
Pada kita, untuk kita.
Dalam kehidupan, heterogenitas bukan lagi hal tabu yang jarang ditemui. Kesukaran menyamakan pendapat menjadi hal wajar saat banyak otak sedang tak saling bersahabat. Mahasiswa, sebagai kaum intelektual, menjadi tonggak perubahan yang mampu membawa Ibu Pertiwi mencapai tujuannya. Perjuangan mahasiswa aktivis bukan hanya proses penderitaan menuju tujuan, apalagi untuk mendapatkan sebuah pujian, akan tetapi adalah suatu proses untuk memantaskan diri meraih tujuan mulia. Mahasiswa terbaik adalah mereka yang membawa perubahan positif bagi sekitarnya. Idealisme sebagai kemewahan terakhir yang dimiliki oleh seorang pemuda menjadi hal yang patut untuk diperjuangkan demi membawa masa depan. Setiap kegiatan yang dilakukan oleh mahasiswa harus mampu untuk menjadi tonggak perubahan dan memiliki kebermanfaatan. Dan salah satu cara untuk menjadi warga negara yang baik adalah dengan turut serta membantu Indonesia mengedukasi masyarakat untuk menanamkan kesadaran perpajakan.
Sebagai jawaban atas permasalahan yang ada, perkenalkan saya Dodi Prastia selaku Ketua Umum Taxcenter Community FEB UNESA periode 2022 dan rekan saya
Aidi Wahyuni Putri selaku Wakil Ketua Taxcenter UNESA periode 2022.
Halo generasi sadar pajak, selamat datang di Taxcenter Fakultas Ekonomika dan Bisnis Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Taxcenter hadir sebagai wadah untuk meningkatkan kesadaran pajak di lingkungan perguruan tinggi. Taxcenter FEB UNESA berada di wilayah Direktorat Jenderal Pajak Kantor Wilayah Jatim 1 yang mana berfungsi sebagai organisasi kemahasiswaan yang bergerak di bidang perpajakan.
Taxcenter Community FEB UNESA bertujuan untuk menjadi wadah yang mampu mencetak generasi sebagai Center of Intelligence yang produktif, kreatif, dan inovatif, serta mampu menjadi organisasi yang berkredibilitas dan profesional. Maka dari itu, Taxcenter memiliki 3 divisi, yakni Divisi Tax Event and Creative Center, Divisi Tax Training, Research and Development Center, serta Divisi Tax Service and Information Center. Dengan semangat yang tinggi untuk mewujudkan masyarakat yang sadar pajak, di Indonesia pada umumnya dan di UNESA pada khususnya, kami tidak bisa melakukan seluruh kegiatan seorang diri. Maka dari itu, perkenalkan Fusionaris Tax Center Community UNESA periode 2022.
Perubahan aturan perpajakan haruslah dapat dipahami oleh seluruh lapisan masyarakat. Dengan ini, kami berusaha untuk menyatukan, mendukung pemerintah, mengembangkan masyarakat yang sadar pajak dengan menjalankan visi misi dari Taxcenter Fakultas Ekonomika dan Bisnis Universitas Negeri Surabaya dengan penuh tanggung jawab.
Taxcenter FEB UNESA,
Pajak kita untuk kita.
Dalam kehidupan, heterogenitas bukan lagi hal tabu yang jarang ditemui. Kesukaran menyamakan pendapat menjadi hal wajar saat banyak otak sedang tak saling bersahabat. Mahasiswa, sebagai kaum intelektual, menjadi tonggak perubahan yang mampu membawa Ibu Pertiwi mencapai tujuannya. Perjuangan mahasiswa aktivis bukan hanya proses penderitaan menuju tujuan, apalagi untuk mendapatkan sebuah pujian. Akan tetapi, adalah suatu proses untuk memantaskan diri meraih tujuan mulia. Mahasiswa terbaik adalah mereka yang membawa perubahan positif bagi sekitarnya. Idealisme sebagai kemewahan terakhir yang dimiliki oleh seorang pemuda menjadi hal yang patut untuk diperjuangkan demi membawa masa depan. Setiap kegiatan yang dilakukan oleh mahasiswa harus mampu untuk menjadi tonggak perubahan dan memiliki kebermanfaatan. Dan salah satu cara untuk menjadi warga negara yang baik adalah dengan turut serta membantu Indonesia mengedukasi masyarakat untuk menanamkan kesadaran perpajakan.
Sebagai jawaban atas permasalahan yang ada, perkenalkan saya Dodi Prastia selaku Ketua Umum Taxcenter Committee FEB UNESA periode 2022 dan rekan saya
Aini Wahyuni Putri selaku Wakil Ketua Taxcenter UNESA periode 2022.
Halo generasi sadar pajak, selamat datang di taxcenter Fakultas Ekonomika dan Bisnis Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Taxcenter hadir sebagai wadah untuk meningkatkan kesadaran pajak di lingkungan perguruan tinggi. Taxcenter FEB UNESA berada di wilayah Direktorat Jenderal Pajak Kantor Wilayah Jatim 1 yang mana berfungsi sebagai organisasi kemahasiswaan yang bergerak di bidang perpajakan.
Taxcenter Community FEB UNESA bertujuan untuk menjadi wadah yang mampu mencetak generasi sebagai Center of Intelligence yang produktif, kreatif, dan inovatif, serta mampu menjadi organisasi yang berkredibilitas dan profesional. Maka dari itu, Taxcenter memiliki 3 divisi, yakni Divisi Tax Event and Creative Center, Divisi Tax Training, Research and Development Center, serta Divisi Tax Service and Information Center. Dengan semangat yang tinggi untuk mewujudkan masyarakat yang sadar pajak, di Indonesia pada umumnya dan di UNESA pada khususnya, kami tidak bisa melakukan seluruh kegiatan seorang diri. Maka dari itu, perkenalkan Fusionaris Tax Center Community UNESA periode 2022.
Perubahan aturan perpajakan haruslah dapat dipahami oleh seluruh lapisan masyarakat. Dengan ini, kami berusaha untuk menyatukan, mendukung pemerintah, mengembangkan masyarakat yang sadar pajak dengan menjalankan visi misi dari Taxcenter Fakultas Ekonomika dan Bisnis Universitas Negeri Surabaya dengan penuh tanggung jawab.
Taxcenter FEB UNESA,
Pada kita, untuk kita.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and greetings to all of us. Shalom Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Dear Mr. Dr. Yusri Hazrul bin Yusuf, as Senior Lecturer of the Faculty of Accountancy, University Technology Mara. Dear Mr. Ryan Permana Ginting, as Office Managing Partner of Adinata Harta International's Tax Consultant. Dear Mr. Dr. Anand Kristianto, as SOS MSA, as the Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Business, State University of Surabaya. Dear Mr. Dr. H. Muhammad Khairul Anwar, as AKMAE, as Vice Dean for Student Affairs, Faculty of Economics and Business, State University of Surabaya. Dear Mrs. Dr. Roshmawati Kusumaningtas, SAAKMSACA, as Chair of the Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business, State University of Surabaya. Dear the Honorable Mrs. Niyoman Ali Tiani, SAMAK, as the Chair of BSEP, Faculty of Economics and Business, State University of Surabaya. Dear Mrs. Dr. Dian Anita Nuswantara, SAAKMSC, CABKP, as the General Chairperson of the Tax Center, Faculty of Economics and Business, State University of Surabaya. I respect Mr. Dodi Prasetya as the Chairman of the Tax Center Committee for the 2022 period, Faculty of Economics and Business, State University of Surabaya, and our proud friends and community members. Welcome to the webinar Tax to Tax Center Community, State University of Surabaya with University Technology Mara UiTM Malaysia 2022. The theme is Impact of IRS, a Voluntary Disclosure Program on Economic Transformation. Introducing, I am Nur Shafinas Najwa as the Master of the Ceremony who will guide this course of this event. Praise and gratitude to the presence of God Almighty, because thanks to the abundance of His grace, we can all gather in good health and without lacking anything. Before starting this event, allow me to read out the schedules for today's event. The schedule will be starting with the opening, singing the national anthem, greetings, group photo session, material presentation, discussion and Q&A session, ice breaking, door prize announcement, closing and prayers. Entering the first event, namely the opening, let's open this event by reciting Basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The next program, let us sing the national anthem. We ask the audience to be able to sit in the perfect position first so that they can sing the song wisely. Operators are welcome. Thank you. The next event will be greeting for the webinar Tax 2 event, Tax Center Community Universitas Negeri Surabaya with University Technology Mara UiTM Malaysia 2022. The first greeting will be delivered by the Chief Executive of Webinar Tax 2 2022 this morning. To Sister Nur Arifianingrum Setianti, we invite you.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and greetings to all of you. Salam Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Dear Miss Professor Dr. Haslinda binti Yusuf Astin of Faculty of Accountancy, University Technology Mara. Dear Mr. Dr. Muhammad Izrin Muhammad Kamal as Deputy Dean of Faculty of Accountancy Technology Mara. Yang terhormat Bapak Dr. Haji Muhammad Khairul Anwar SAG MAI selaku Wakil Dekan 3 Bidang Kemahasiswaan dan Alumni Fakultas Ekonomika dan Bisnis Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Yang terhormat Ibu Dr. Dian Nusantara SEAK MSI CA BKP selaku Ketua Umum Taxcenter Fakultas Ekonomika dan Bisnis Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Yang saya hormati Saudara Dodi Prasetya selaku Ketua Taxcenter Community Fakultas Ekonomika dan Bisnis Universitas Negeri Surabaya, serta peserta yang berbahagia. Alhamdulillah, we were able to hold a webinar Tax 2 on international scale, and thank you University Technology Mara for agreeing to cooperate in this period. The essence of purpose the webinar Tax 2 is to provide information to students and general public regarding the impact of IRS voluntary disclosure program in the transformation and country economy. I hope the event will be successful and participants will gain insight in international tax literacy in Indonesia. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much for your greetings, Sis Arum. For the next greeting from the head of the Tax Center Committee for the 2022 period, namely Dodi Prasetya. To Dodi Prasetya, we invite you.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera bagi kita semuanya. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Yang terhormat Ibu Prof. Haslinda binti Yusuf selaku Dekan Fakultas Akuntansi Universitas Teknologi Mara. Yang terhormat Bapak Dr. Yusril Azrul bin Yasov selaku Dosen Senior Fakultas Akuntansi Universitas Teknologi Mara. Yang terhormat Bapak Rian Permana Ginting selaku Office Managing Partner Konsultan Pajak Adinata Harta Internasional. Yang terhormat Bapak Dr. Anang Gistianto SOS MSI selaku Dekan Fakultas Ekonomika dan Bisnis Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Yang terhormat Bapak Dr. Muhammad Haji Khairul Anwar SAG MEI selaku Wakil Dekan Bidang Kemahasiswaan Fakultas Ekonomika dan Bisnis Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Yang terhormat Ibu Dr. Mawati Kusmaning Tias SEAK MSI CA selaku Ketua Jurusan Akuntansi Fakultas Ekonomika dan Bisnis UNESA. Yang terhormat Ibu Ninyoman Alitriani SEMAK selaku Ketua PSAP Fakultas Ekonomika dan Bisnis UNESA. Yang terhormat Ibu Dr. Dian Anita Nuswantara SEAK MSI CA BKP selaku Ketua Umum Tax Center Fakultas Ekonomika dan Bisnis Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Serta tidak lupa pula yang saya banggakan seluruh panitia webinar Tax 2 pada hari ini. Di dalam negeri, PPS merupakan program untuk pemberian kesempatan kepada wajib pajak agar mengungkapkan kewajiban perpajakan yang belum terpenuhi secara sukarela melalui pembayaran PPh berdasarkan pengungkapan harta yang dimilikinya. Kemudian, Wakil Menteri Keuangan Indonesia menyebutkan bahwa tujuan PPS dalam Undang-Undang Harmonisasi Peraturan Perpajakan adalah untuk meningkatkan kepatuhan sukarela wajib pajak, sedangkan tujuan luar negeri yaitu untuk menerapkan atau untuk memfasilitasi kepatuhan pajak luar negeri dan dalam negeri bagi wajib pajak yang tidak memenuhi syarat sebagai non-willful, sehingga diharapkan masyarakat dapat memanfaatkan dengan baik kesempatan ini. Lembaga Kegiatan Tax Center Community Fakultas Ekonomika dan Bisnis Universitas Negeri Surabaya yang pada saat ini bekerja sama atau berkolaborasi dengan UiTM ingin membantu pemerintah untuk memberikan pemahaman tentang kebijakan program pengungkapan sukarela baik nasional maupun internasional agar masyarakat mengetahui dampak dari adanya program pengungkapan sukarela dalam transformasi ekonomi. Kegiatan ini diadakan sebagai bentuk komitmen berkelanjutan kami untuk terus berupaya dalam memberikan sosialisasi terhadap mahasiswa dan masyarakat umum. Dan harapannya, dari kegiatan ini dapat meningkatkan pengetahuan serta wawasan mahasiswa serta masyarakat umum secara detail mengenai literasi perpajakan internasional untuk melakukan transformasi ekonomi. And at the end, I would like to thank UiTM for being willing to collaborate with us, taxcenter.fenesa, in organizing our program, namely Webinar Text 2. Hopefully, our relationship can be always established so that there will be further collaboration program in the following years. That's all from me. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much for your greetings, Dodi Prasetya. Next, for the third greetings will be delivered by Mrs. Dr. Dian Anita Nuswantara, SAAK MSc CABKP, as Chair of the Tax Center, Faculty of Economics and Business, State University of Surabaya. To Mrs. Dr. Dian Anita, time and place we invite.
Morning, everyone. Thank you for the time, Mr. Master of Ceremony. Today, we have our second webinar in collaboration with UiTM. So this is a very interesting time that finally we have our second chance to do this webinar together. The Honorable, the Management of Faculty of Accounting UiTM, the Honorable, the distinguished speakers, Dr. Yusri Hasrul bin Yusuf, Rian Permana Ginting from Adinata Harta International Tax Consultant, and all management from Faculty of Economics Universitas Negeri Surabaya. On behalf of the Dean of the Faculty of Economics, I speak to say thank you to all of you that support this webinar so we can help this webinar. Especially today, we take our topic under we call Program Pengungkapan Sukarela or International Disclosure, Voluntary Disclosure on Tax Obligation. Why this webinar becomes important? As we know, the Tax Center have responsible to support the government program. One of the program is increasing their income, their national income, particularly from tax. Unfortunately, until today, tax still become one of the big problem in many countries. So many program, many socialization program already conducted. And this webinar is one small activities hopefully can support that program. In this context, this webinar will discuss with two distinguished speakers, one from UiTM and the other one from tax consultant, international tax consultant. This will have our perspective, wider perspective, why this program is very important and how government will benefit from this program. That is why we invite you to participate actively in this webinar. We learn from our two speakers, so don't be hesitant to question, to raise your question, actively participate in this webinar. That's all from me. Enjoy the seminar, and on behalf of the Dean, the Vice Dean of the Faculty of Economics, we open this webinar. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Dr. Dian, for your heartwarming greetings and opening ceremony just now. Now, let's entering the next event, which is a group photo session that I will guide. Participants who have not activated the camera can activate it first. I will take the pictures starting from the count of 3. Okay, starting from slide 1, I hope everyone is ready. Okay. 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, second slide. Okay, 3, 2, 1, smile. All right, thank you so much everyone for participating in the photo session. Next is the screening of the video profile of each universities. Operators are welcome.
Dalam kehidupan, heterogenitas bukan lagi hal tabu yang jarang ditemui. Kesukaran menyamakan pendapat menjadi hal wajar saat banyak otak sedang tak saling bersahabat. Mahasiswa, sebagai kaum intelektual, menjadi tonggak perubahan yang mampu membawa Ibu Pertiwi mencapai tujuannya. Perjuangan mahasiswa aktivis bukan hanya proses penderitaan menuju tujuan, apalagi untuk mendapatkan sebuah pujian. Akan tetapi, adalah suatu proses untuk memantaskan diri meraih tujuan mulia. Mahasiswa terbaik adalah mereka yang membawa perubahan positif bagi sekitarnya. Idealisme sebagai kemewahan terakhir yang dimiliki oleh seorang pemuda menjadi hal yang patut untuk diperjuangkan demi membawa masa depan. Setiap kegiatan yang dilakukan oleh mahasiswa harus mampu untuk menjadi tonggak perubahan dan memiliki kebermanfaatan. Dan salah satu cara untuk menjadi warga negara yang baik adalah dengan turut serta membantu Indonesia mengedukasi masyarakat untuk menanamkan kesadaran perpajakan.
Sebagai jawaban atas permasalahan yang ada, perkenalkan saya Dodi Prastia selaku Ketua Umum Taxcenter Community FEB UNESA periode 2022 dan rekan saya
Aini Wahyuni Putri selaku Wakil Ketua Taxcenter UNESA periode 2022.
Halo generasi sadar pajak, selamat datang di Taxcenter Fakultas Ekonomika dan Bisnis Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Taxcenter hadir sebagai wadah untuk meningkatkan kesadaran pajak di lingkungan perguruan tinggi. Taxcenter FEB UNESA berada di wilayah Direktorat Jenderal Pajak Kantor Wilayah Jatim 1 yang mana berfungsi sebagai organisasi kemahasiswaan yang bergerak di bidang perpajakan.
Taxcenter Community FEB UNESA bertujuan untuk menjadi wadah yang mampu mencetak generasi sebagai Center of Intelligence yang produktif, kreatif, dan inovatif, serta mampu menjadi organisasi yang berkredibilitas dan profesional. Maka dari itu, Taxcenter memiliki 3 divisi, yakni Divisi Tax Event and Creative Center, Divisi Tax Training, Research and Development Center, serta Divisi Tax Service and Information Center. Dengan semangat yang tinggi untuk mewujudkan masyarakat yang sadar pajak, di Indonesia pada umumnya dan di UNESA pada khususnya, kami tidak bisa melakukan seluruh kegiatan seorang diri. Maka dari itu, perkenalkan Fusionaris Taxcenter Community UNESA periode 2022.
Perubahan aturan perpajakan haruslah dapat dipahami oleh seluruh lapisan masyarakat. Dengan ini, kami berusaha untuk menyatukan, mendukung pemerintah, mengembangkan masyarakat yang sadar pajak dengan menjalankan visi misi dari Taxcenter Fakultas Ekonomika dan Bisnis Universitas Negeri Surabaya dengan penuh tanggung jawab.
Taxcenter FEB UNESA,
Pajak kita untuk kita.
Such an inspiring videos from both universities. Now, let us enter the main event, namely the delivery of material by Mr. Dr. Yusri Hazrul bin Yusuf as Senior Lecturer, Faculty of Accountancy, University Teknologi Baru, and Mr. Ryan Permana Ginting as Office Managing Partner of Adinata Harta International Tax Consultant, who will be led by our great moderator, Ananda Askia Fatmawati. She is an undergraduate accounting student in State University of Surabaya. All right, we're going to run our moderator CVs. Operators are welcome. All right, then we invite our esteemed moderator to guide the presentation session of the webinar Tax 2 2022 material. Sister Ananda Askia Fatmawati, you're welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and greetings all of us. Thank you to the Master of Ceremony, Shapinas, for giving me the opportunity to guide the core activities of International Webinar Tax 2022. Saya senang sekali bertemu dengan teman-teman yang antusias. Namun, sebelum jauh dari rangkaian kita pada hari ini, saya ingin menyampaikan beberapa aturan bahwa teman-teman diharapkan menyalakan video dan mematikan audio apabila tidak diperlukan. And please allow me to introduce myself. I am Ananda Askia. As moderator, wants to welcome all the participants of the International Webinar Tax 2 2022. And with them, impact of IRS, voluntary disclosure programs on economic transformation. And dear participants, International Web Tax 2 aims to provide regarding international tax literacy to encourage economic recovery in the changing times and the pace of digitalization and globalization. And for your information, in this event, we are joined by some very great speakers who are from Malaysia and from Indonesia, and there is the first speaker is Mr. Dr. Yusri Hazrul bin Yusuf, and our second speaker is Mr. Ryan Permana Ginting. Dan ini saya ingin menyapa kepada pemateri kita pada hari ini. Selamat pagi Bapak Dr. Yusri dan selamat pagi Bapak Ryan Permana Ginting. Terima kasih telah bersedia untuk menghadiri acara kami pada hari ini. And next, we are entering the main event, namely the delivery of material from our first speaker is Mr. Dr. Yusri Hazrul bin Yusuf as Senior Lecturer, Faculty of Accountancy, University Teknologi Baru. And before that, he will present his CV first. Okay, this is the CV for our first speaker. There's education, doctorate of philosophy, PhD, and there is academic honor and awards. And the last one is working experience. And there is conference and seminar, professional affiliations. Baik, tanpa menunggu berlama-lama lagi, kita langsung saja mendengarkan pemaparan dari Bapak Dr. Yusri Hazrul bin Yusuf. And now, please welcome our first speaker, Mr. Dr. Yusri Hazrul bin Yusuf. The stage is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Moderator, Ms. Anand. Okay, Assalamualaikum and very good morning to all of you. Okay, so very horrible to our second speaker, Mr. Ryan. and on behalf of the deans, faculties, university Faculty of Economy and Business, State University of Surabaya, Mrs. Dr. Dian, and our audience today. Okay, so as our topic, can you share my slide? Yeah, did anyone can share my slide?
Yes, Dr. Wait, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so today we are discussions for the distinct impact of IRS Voluntary Disclosures Program on economic transformation. So I will be explaining in the Malaysia context, which is actually this a good topic to discussions nowadays in terms of the taxation. Well, you know that the taxation is the main sources of the national fund. Therefore, to support for the economic transformation, there are required a lot of fund, a huge of fund from the national, from the other activity to collect it from the nationals. Okay, so can we go next slide? Okay, so in this context, in this today, I will be explain for the three aspects. First, we go to the definition. So, of course, we have to know that whatever it is, when we are talking about the taxation, we must go back the basic of the taxation. Okay, so we must, even though we are knowing already about the taxation, the basic of the taxation, but we must go there to remind back what is the taxation purpose. Okay, so the second is the implementations of the disclosure program in Malaysia, how that the Malaysia was being implemented. So in this case, I'll be take it that the context under in the direct tax, so we can take it, we can be review and we can be see how this organization or how the tax authority is done to their taxpayer for the to collect backs under the VDP programs. Okay, so the last one, of course, that the topic is an impact, so we can be see the impact of the IRS on the economic transformation in Malaysia. Okay, thanks. Okay, so the concept. So we have to know the concept of the taxation. I'm always remind of, especially for my student, the concept of the tax, from the people to the people, which is means that they will be charged to the people and collect from the people, and then the government will be bring back to the people. The distributions to the people actually is very various area. By the way, that the concept the concept was being implemented for the long time ago. Therefore, this concept is still maintained. That's why we need to understand. That's why when you are look at back about all the study in the text, they will be going for the space. At the end, they will be go for the this base. Okay, thanks. Okay, so definitions of the tax. So we go to the definition of the tax. Okay, first is the taxations is the impositions or the compulsory levy or individual or entitled by the government is almost every country of the world. Okay, so we knowing that already how the tax calculation to collect tax. So they have a rate, tax rate, and the tax condition to collect tax. Okay, so the taxation is the use primarily to raise revenue to the government expenditure, though it can be served for the other purpose as well. So that the government collect the tax, actually they have the purpose. Okay, so why they have their charge that the tax and why they have to collect, so it will be explained every single thing in the tax. Okay, so we going back that the definitions under the Income Tax Act. Okay, so in Malaysia we have the Income Tax Act, which is means the interpretations of the tax is the means any of the tax on income or any other tax or the substantial similar characters chargeable or imposed by under the law of the authority in Malaysia. So this is D is the activity, or D is what I mean is D is the definitions for the taxations under the income tax. Okay, next. Okay, we can see here. Okay, so of course we need to know that in the Malaysia, D is the part of we contribute from our tax collections. Okay, of course we distribute that the government distribute this money to go to the first of the education. We are support the educations. Okay, we are support the healthcare, so that the fund also support the social welfare, infrastructure and public facility, agriculture and industry. Development, national security and defense, subsidized, and the current fund during the pandemic, we have the AIDS during COVID-19 pandemic, which is this fund given to the certain people, the targeted person people who are affected during the pandemic, during the COVID-19. Okay, next. Okay, so implementations of the voluntary disclosure program. Why we are doing this? Okay, so actually, the tax collections in the Malaysia based on the OECD report 2021. So we can see here. Okay, the tax collection are increasing from the 170 billions. And until 2019, 188 billion. So they will be increasing every year, which is good when you look at the graph. By the way, in 2020, there will be decrease. This is because that during that time, I think all the world have the same problems. Is about the pandemic or the COVID-19. So a lot of activity cannot be do. So therefore, another things that the government also give you the subsidize. Therefore, that the collection, the tax collection will be decreased. Okay, so the issue, the VDP, actually the VDP is come from when they have the non-compliant issue. Okay, so if that the taxpayer is compliant, so I don't think that the VDP is required anymore. By the way, when we are looking at nowadays that the trends, the non-compliance case, even it's not. When you look at the data from the OECD, it's not just the Malaysia itself that got the facing problem about the non-compliance issue increases for every year. It also happened to another world, even for the what we call that developing country also facing the same problems. Okay, so in the Malaysia, so for this discussion, I will be taking the context under the context in the indirect tax, because we can see that the indirect tax actually just implement a new implementation for the VDP. Okay, to compare with the direct tax, there was a bit do for the for many years. Okay, so we can see the tax collections and the indirect tax is the from the it's for the 700 million go to 1.3 million. Okay, by the way, that is the huge amount. You just imagine the non-compliant issue. Okay, for the 8 millions are Malaysia. Okay, to the 1.3 million. So this is a big amount. How we can imagine that how many schools, how many hospitals, how many subsidized, how many housing that the government can be provide to the people with this amount. Okay, so the people or the taxpayer invoice is also a critical figure, which is mean they will be increasing for the every year. Okay, so you just imagine for the 8,000 to the in the 2019 they are closely for the 9,000. So this is for the taxpayers authority, this is a big amount. So there are need something to do to combat for these problems. Okay, okay, next. Okay, so what is the VDP? We're also talking about the VDP, Voluntary Disclosures Program. What is the VDP? Okay, in Malaysia, okay, the VDP is provide opportunity for the taxpayer to voluntarily disclosure their tax liability and any tax obligation that may not have been fulfilled. Okay, which is mean that the person must be getting some BOD, bill of demand, or summon from the tax authority. So there are then another things, of course, this taxpayer is under the non-compliance program. So when they want to go when they are want to settle for the debts problem or debt the saman, so they must the best part of the tax authority offer them to join for this VDP. Okay, so the VDP is opportunity offered by the Malaysian Tax Authority to allow previous non-compliant taxpayer to make good under the specific terms. Of course, to join for this program, they have the specific terms or the specific conditions. By participating in the VDP, taxpayer can facilitate the compliance in the timely and the cost-effective manner. So this is the benefit we getting from the when we are when the government provide for the VDP. Okay, so which is mean the win-win situation that I get timely and the costly effective manner for the both side. The side from the tax authority and also for the side from the taxpayer. Okay, and avoid the costly and the continuous audit, litigation, and the proceeding. Okay, so we know already that to fight the case at the court, so there are required a lot of proceedings, a lot of time of the periods, and so on. So therefore, when the tax authority offer to the VDP, so which is mean that I can be safe in this part. Okay, yes. Okay, so under the VDP, actually, that what I mentioned before, that the VDP must be that this program is offered to the taxpayer under the non-compliant case. Okay, so which non-compliant they are not compliant. Okay, in the Malaysia, this is the regulation or the acts. They are not to comply. So if they are not to comply, that's why the government is offered. Okay, so for the first is the income tax, the custom act, sales tax, service tax, exercise acts, okay, good and the service tax acts, tourism tax, departure levy act, and other related acts. So if they are not fulfilled or they are not comply in under this act, so they can be applied under the VDP. Okay. Yes. Okay, so one of the interesting, the benefit of the VDP is remissions about the penalty surcharge. Okay, so the governments offer to the under the VDP programs, there are remissions of the penalty or the surcharge. Okay, so the considering the highest penalty surcharge to be imposed of the indirect tax in compliance, taxpayer can enjoy significant potential tax saving by the participating in this program. Of course, because the penalty is not the penalty and the surcharge actually is not the figure supposed to collect by the government or by the tax authority. By the way, if you look at tax under our under the tax authority collection, the penalty and the surcharge is not under the income, so they are put under other incomes. Okay, the main is not under main income, so they are put for the other income. So the Royal Malaysia Customs, so the singles department who handle about the indirect tax in Malaysia, so they are offer VDP based on the two phase. Okay, so the tax saving depend on the which phase that the taxpayer complete their VDP submission, and the tax liability payment remitted to the RMCD. Okay, they are used for the first phase based on the period. Okay, at the beginning they are offered for the 1st January 2020. And then they are closing at the 30 June 2020. So they are offered for the 6 months. During this, if there any taxpayer or taxpayer under the non-compliant case is eligible to apply, so they are getting from the 100% remissions about the penalty, which is they just pay for the tax only. They are not required to pay for the penalty. Okay. By the way, so remission on indirect tax, we can be up for the 30%. Okay, so the phase 2 is about them. So because of the what we call that the taxpayer is required to extend it, there are tax authority to extend it because they are not compliant during that period. So that the government, the RMCD, offer for the second phase. So that the second phase they are offered for the 3 months only, which is the 1st July until 30 September. which is so in this phase they are offered only for the 50% remission penalty and remissions about the indirect tax for the 15%. Okay, next. Okay, so which category are eligible to participate is under VDP? Okay, so and in this program, so the person who are registered, they must be registered or not registered, or liable to be registered under the existing indirect tax law, which is mean even though they are not registered, but they will be charged under the non-compliant case, so they are also can be applied for the VDP. Okay, so the person who are acquiring imported taxable services, okay, so the person is not paying rights amount during their declarations activity at the ports, so they will be charged under the non-compliant case. So they are also can be applied for they are also can be eligible to apply for this participate in under VDP programs. Okay. So the person who are having a duty and the tax facility or exemptions, okay, so we are giving the facility, so the tax, of course, the RMCD also in the tax we have a lot of the facility, but the taxpayer is not fulfill the requirements under the tax facility. Okay, so they are not follow all the regulation inside that, so they will be charged under the non-compliant case. So this person also eligible to apply for the VDP. The person who have the paid duty tax on vehicle, importer of the vehicle who hold approved the permits. Okay, in Malaysia, when the imported car will be in Malaysia, they have to pay for the permits. Okay, they have to pay for the permits. Therefore, that the permits is actually under the facilities too. Okay, sometimes because they have paid for the big amount of the permits, so that the government, the RMCD, give the facilities to them, which is mean they can be hold that the payment until the certain period because of the certain conditions. Okay, so when they are not to comply or fulfill for the debt condition, so they will be charged under the non-compliant case. So this person also eligible to apply for the VDP. Okay, so local importer, exporter, manufacturers, licensed manufacturing warehouse, and the licensed warehouse. Okay, so they are also eligible to apply for this program. Okay, imported of the goods who are connected with the multinational enterprise. Okay, so well, we know that the MNE they have a big activity inside there, so they are also using for the transaction, especially for the import and export. So the people supplier or the supplier of the MNE, so they are also eligible to apply for the VDP. By the way, this MNE actually must be registered first with the custom as a golden client. Okay, so they will be put. So if that the government that the company status getting the MNE's enterprise, so this supplier under the MNE is eligible to apply. If not, so they are not allowed to apply. Okay, so the person who are earmarked undergoing an audited before the start of the VDP program for the coverage period before and the 31st October. So this part also, the person under this progress also can be eligible into participate in the VDP programs. Okay, next. Okay, so who is the person is not eligible? Of course, we have eligible and of course we have not eligible. So this VDP program is not eligible to the person who are undergoing or have the completed investigations conducted by the Enforcement Division. Okay, so when the completed for the investigation and of course that the case will be bring to the courts. So under the courts progress, so these people or this taxpayer is not eligible to apply. Okay, because it will be interrupt about the court case, and of course who are obtain a decision from the court. Okay, so that the court must be ordered already come out the order to the disk of the taxpayer. So this kind of the people is not eligible to apply for the VDP. Okay, so the last one, the person who have been approved for the duty tax levy remissions under the Ministry of Finance. Okay, so so that the certain facility is directly under the Ministry of Finance. finance who are getting the approvals facility from them, but they are not. They are trying to also apply for the VDP. So this person will be not eligible, because if we are eligible, allowed them to apply for the VDP, which is mean they are get the double of the tax facilities. Okay. So in the concept of the Malaysia, that the facility just given for the single levels only. Okay, next. Okay, so when we are talking, this is the interesting topic we are focusing now. So we focus about the impact of IIS, so we can be see how that the RMCD getting the collection from this program. Okay, so 2016, during this time, they are not to in this time they are not to provide for this VDP programs. Okay, and 2017 also they are not provide. By the way, in the 2018 they are start to provide for the VDP program, which is they can be collect back around the 60% from the 1.5 billions. Okay, which is they are get for the 700. Okay, close to the 700 millions. In the 2019, so this amount will be increasing. Maybe that the taxpayer try to get this opportunity to settle for the debt problems. Okay, so they are getting that the RMCT is successful to collect around the almost the 1 million. Okay, so which is there will be set, which is there can be settled a lot of case. So of course there can be reduced the time, cost, manpower, and so on. Okay, next. Okay, that is the how that the VDP programs under the RMCD. So we can be see that how they are do for the tax collections over there. Okay, so how that the VDP actually can be help the RMCD to collect back, which is in the short periods time. Okay, so which is good to the especially to the tax authority to getting back for the period, because they are required. There can be save time, manpower, and so on. Okay, so under the ETP program, so along the government transformation program, to service means that to achieve the economic development. So when we are talking about the ETP, of course we must remember about the economic developments. Okay, so what is the ETP actually? So the ETP is involved the moving levels from the low to the high productive activity. Okay, so which is mean that the government try to increase income from the low income to the highest income activity. So when the income is really increasing, of course our tax fund will be affected the same concurrently with the increasing of the income. Okay, this include between the sector to the higher value activity, for example from the agriculture to the manufacturing. Okay, so the ETP in the Malaysia now today, before that we are focuses about the agriculture. If you look at our economy 20 years ago, so we are focuses about the agriculture. Okay, now we are moving to the manufacturing. So this is how that the government do to moving from the low to the high activities. Okay, and within the sector also, it's not just to moving from the other sector to the other sector. Instead of the same sector, they are trying to do for the increasing, which is they are for example, for the subsistence farming to the high value crops. Okay, so they are trying to the commercialize. So like the before, we are agriculture is just do for the traditional method, and now we are moving for the commercialized. So to make sure that the agriculture also getting movings for the highest productive activity. Okay, this is widely accepted that the poverty reductions, the economic growth cannot be sustained without the economic transformation and then productivity change. But despite of this obvious point, the development community has the traditional paid relatively little attention to this long-term determined by the development scope. So we can see here the other purpose of the ETP actually they are trying to reduce for the poverty. Okay, so this is actually the main purpose of the ETP. Okay, so to support for this program. so that the governments require a lot of funds, like I mentioned before that. So who is support for the, how that the government support for this fund? Of course, it's come from our tax collections. Okay, next. Okay, so ETP builds upon the policies direction strategy and the program in the tax Malaysia. So in the Malaysia, we have the Malaysia plan. So the ETP was be developed under this tax plans Malaysia. We are started to develop for the ETP under the tax Malaysia plan. And this ETP actually supported by the 12 national key developments area, and which is also supported then that the 12 national key development area must be supported from the 6 strategy reform initiative by them. Okay, so what is the 12 national supported? So of course, it is increasing the national revenue and help achieve the government transformations program. Okay, so that the government will be focused for the oil and gas sector, palm oil, financial services, tourism, business services, electronic and electrical manufacturing, wholesales and the retailer, education, healthcare, communications, content and infrastructure, agriculture, and the last one is Greatest Kuala Lumpur or the Klang Valley. So this is the part, the sector that the government focuses under the ETP. Okay, so to support, of course, going back to support for this program, so that the government needs to spend a lot of money. So to support that the expenses, of course, that the tax collection will be provided for them. Okay, so what is the CSRI strategy reform initiative to support for the 12th sector? Okay, for the first one is why they are required, because this part actually to help that the government more to boost competitiveness. Okay, so there will be focuses about the public finance reform, the government role in the business. Okay, so in the public finance reform, so we are a few procedure. That's why if you look at the Malaysia, we have a few procedure under the Bank Negara to provide for the despite. Okay, so the government role in the business, how that the government to play their role in the business, such they are career about the JLC and so on. So the DJLC actually is not just the competitive, actually they will be trying to stabilize about the market and so on in the Malaysia. Okay, so also this program must be have supported to the human capital developments. Okay, so that therefore there will be required for the they are provide a lot of program at the university and so on to trainings that the workers to get for their high skill. Okay, so the public service delivery, of course, nowadays we can see that the government try to improvise their services. When you look at back, so nowadays if you go to the Malaysia now, when you want to apply the current one, you want to apply for the passport, so we can be applying through the online. Okay, so international standard and liberalization, and the last one, of course, the Bumiputra small medium enterprise. This is the part that the government will be focuses. Okay, next. Okay, so that is the program or the planning under ETP. Okay, now we can be reported under World Bank 2012. Is it this program or this ETP actually will be successful or not? Okay, so the Malaysia has successfully diversified of the economy from one that initiated agriculture before this, like I mentioned before, and the commodity based, to one and now play has the robust manufacturing and the services sector. Okay, so when you look at nowadays, to compare for the 20 and 30 years ago, so now that the manufacturing is still increasing. Okay, the investor come to Malaysia in the under manufacturing, so increasing for the every year. Okay, so which is have the propels the country become the leading exporter for the electrical appliance part and the components. So this is the focuses to Malaysia to getting for the to fulfill that the ETP programs. Okay, So the Malaysia is one of the most open economy in the world with the trade to the GDP. So we can see GDP ratio. So it's averaging for the 130% since the 2010, which is mean there will be over our target that is over the 30%. So this is a good impact under the ETP, okay? So openness to trade, the investment has been instrument in employment creations for the income growth, with about the 40% of the job is Malaysia linked to the export activity. So if you look at the Malaysia's nowadays, so we can be sees our ports or our export activity is quite busy because they will be increasing for the 40%, okay? So it's quite a huge amount. So which is means that we are targeting more than that. By the way, this is a good track under the ETP to provide for the good plans to our people. Okay. So after the ASEAN financial crisis, so we have a crisis during the 1997 and 1998. Malaysia's economy have been upward trajectory. So average growth with the 5.4% since the 2010. Okay, so it is expected to achieve the transition from the upper middle income economy to the high income economy in 2004. So which is mean that we have another 2 years to review back whether we are achieved for the high income economy or not. Okay. Okay, next. However, the COVID-19 coronavirus pandemic has been the major economic impact in Malaysia. So we know that that the plan, even though that we are using a good plans for the ETP, but we have I think every country have the same problems about the COVID-19 or the pandemics. Okay, so in this part, particularly on the vulnerable household. So of course we will be impacted to our household. Okay, having revised the national poverty line so therefore Malaysia do revise back about the poverty line, so that the poverty line is also under the ETP. Remember, I told you before that. So the 5.6% of the Malaysia household are currently living the absolutely poverty. So this is happened after the COVID-19. Okay, the government is focuses on addressing well-being the poorest 40% of the population. So we call it the B40 or bottom 40. Okay, so this is targeted person under the ETP. Okay, this low-income group remain particularly vulnerable to economic shock as well as increase the cost of the living and the mounting financial obligations. So income inequalities in the Malaysia remain high relative to the other East ASEAN countries, but it's gradually decline. So this is which is good that the ETP can be helped to the government to balance back about the income in Malaysia. Okay, why income growth for the bottom 40 has outpaced and the top 60 over the much of the last decade, the absolute gap across income the growth has been increased. So I think it's not just Malaysia, and other countries also face out the same problem, that the poor and the high income is going to increase the difference. Okay, the contributing of the widespread and the perception of the poor being left behind. Following the removal of the broad-based subsidies, the government have to gradually move toward the more targeted measure to support for the poor. Okay, so nowadays what the government do is we have a lot of subsidy before. So what the government do is nowadays they are remove about the broad-based subsidies. So there will be focuses. We call the targeted persons only who are received for the subsidies. Nowadays we are giving the subsidy to all people in Malaysia. Either you are M40, B40 or high income, you are still received for the subsidized. As for example, we have the petrol subsidized, so and the diesel subsidized. So everyone use the car in Malaysia, so you can get this kind of the subsidized. Okay, so nowadays that the government focuses this subsidy to the targeted persons only. Therefore, which is means that this subsidy is also can be helped to the B40 to consistently or to getting back about their household income. Okay, next. Okay. According to the World Bank Human Capital Index, okay, Malaysia ranked 155 out of the 157 countries. Okay, which means that which is good. That will be the rank is still increasing for the every year, which is means that the plans of the ETP implementation Malaysia is the on track. Okay, to fully realize it's the human potential and to fulfill the country aspiration of achieving the high income and developed country status, Malaysia will need to advance further of the education, health, and the nutrition, and the social protections and outcome. So this is the way, this is the suggestions by the World Bank to the Malaysia to make sure that the ranks or our ETP program going to the successful. Okay, so the key priority area included enhancing the quality of the schooling to improve learning outcome. Okay, so now this is the Malaysia do now. So if you go to any institution, education institution, they are still improving the learning outcome to make sure they can be provide a good worker to the industry. Okay, so ratings nutritional interventions to the reduce childhood stunting and the providing educate social welfare protect for the household investment in the human capital formation. So that's why if you go to the 5 years ago, so we start focuses about the human capitals. Okay, so therefore the government spend a lot of money to focuses about the human capital, and we can be seen now today we provide a lot of the a good expert in Malaysia. Okay, so therefore the Malaysia needs sufficient funds to implementation ETP. Okay, next. Okay, that's all my presentations today. So back to you, Miss Moderator. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dr. Yusri Hazrul bin Yusuf. Wow, the matter is really wonderful, and the next event aren't less interesting. And we will move to discussion session with our great speaker. Is Mr. Dr. Yusri Hazrul bin Yusuf, and we are very amazed by our speaker CV and presentation. And just a reminder for participants who want to ask question, you can do that on the comments column with format that has been sent by the committee. And here already Mr. Elvi Saputra that raised their hand, and please before ask any question to introduce yourself first, and I allow you to unmute the audio. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Miss Moderator. I'm sorry about if my English is not fluent. My name is Elvi Saputra. I'm from Indonesia. Yeah, I want to ask the question for the Mr. Dr. Yusri Hazrul Yusuf. How the voluntary disclosure program can increase the compliance time payment in the Malaysian? Consider the awareness of taxpayer are still low in this on the 2012 too. And next question, can foreign employee apply the voluntary disclosure program if they not the paying tax, and what the penalty if the employee or the company avoid the program? Maybe this question is first, Mr. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Elvi Saputra. Okay, so which is a good question. Okay, so of course, we have we know it already. So we have the tax agents, right? So actually, the tax agent is not in the Malaysia. What the RMCD do is the tax agent is the third party. So they're just allowed to submit the documentation of any activity on behalf of the taxpayer only. Therefore, they will be allowed, because normally if actually the taxpayer the tax agent which is good. We have the taxpayer which is tax agent, which means that they are expert in they can have the tax authority to compile all the document required, right? So it will be which is good to the tax authority with get a quality of the document, so we can be save a time and so on. So so this actually we are so that the RMCD is allowed the tax agent on behalf of the taxpayer to compile all the document. But if when they involved with the payment, so normally we are request. It's not normally. It's the compulsory that the taxpayer itself, it comes and discussing about to approve to getting the declaration when the DBP programs. So we have the certain declaration that are also need to do. Okay. Tax and the declarations is cannot be we cannot be divided already. So they have to come to the office to declare that the amount that I need to pay, and they agree with that amount. So which is it can be saved like the mentions before. So it will be a save the time to the taxpayer, and also will be save the time to the tax authority when we are getting the good or the quality of the document provided by the tax agents. Okay, Mr. Elvis?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay. Can I ask one question again?
Okay.
Okay. About the answer, Mr. I have the conclusion about the Mr. Yusri. This tax agents still need education the people about the benefit the voluntary disclosure program. And yeah, I'm sorry if my English is a bit bad. And the last question about what the Malaysian government about the future program in the tax about for the increase the awareness of the taxpayer. The one program is voluntary disclosure program, and is the Malaysian government about the tax department have any program for increase the tax awareness?
Okay, good. Okay, of course, the agent actually the role of the tax agent actually one of the ambassador for the tax authority actually.
Yeah.
So which is good. Actually, we are which is good and encourage if the taxpayer can be also have the tax authority to do awareness for the people. Okay, so
Okay.
if you go to the tax authority itself, so maybe they have required spend of a budget, a lot of budget, and also a lot of the people who must be involved to do that. So actually, to the awareness program, it's not just the tax authority itself only. Actually, that all the people, all the parties involved in this program, actually the awareness of the tax actually must be play their roles. Okay, for the awareness in the Malaysia, so which is mean that we are also when you go to the tax authority, we are also encouraged for the tax agent to do some of their part beside of their main activity declaration on behalf of the their taxpayer. We are also asked them to educate their taxpayer to more to comply. Okay, so that the compliance at every years that the tax authorities spend a lot of budget to combat for this non-compliant case. Okay, so this is the first question. The second question: how did the Malaysia do for the awareness program? And actually, we have a model. We go to the model from the Europe models. Okay, so we try to introduce the tax even for the primary school. So because you know what the tax actually the tax is not the exclusively for the accounting people only, because everyone will be involved with the tax, right? So you pay the indirect, you pay the import tax. When you buy the car, you pay the import tax. When you when you get the salary, you must be paid for the income tax. So everyone actually will be involved with the tax. Therefore, that the governments here try to provide and try to introduce that the tax subject even started in the primary school. So we go to nowadays with the planning is go to the secondary school first, and maybe we also try to provide a lot of program under the primary school to make sure there are more to awareness about the tax and more to lovely to about their country. Okay, so when we are talking about the tax and of course about their country also. So this is the way we are to provide the awareness to the people especially. By the way, when you want to look at about the impacts for, because we are started for the primary school and also for the secondary school, maybe we can be see the impact around the 5 years soon. Okay, Mr. Elvis?
Yeah, okay.
Okay,
Sister,
thank you.
thank you, Mister.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for the question, Mr. Alvis, and thank you for the answer, Mr. Dr. Yusri Hazral bin Yusuf.
Okay.
And we have our next person to want ask the question. The name is Lionel Messi, and I suggest you to open your camera and unmute your audio. And please, before asking the question, I want you to introduce yourself first. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Moderator, for giving chances to me. I'm so sorry, my name is Unwan Rubi because this account is just for football workshop before. I'm so sorry because I cannot activate my camera because right now I'm in the office with my job. So I'm so sorry. My asking the question to Dr. Yusri Hazral Yusuf about the IFRS development in the world especially.
Actually, IRS the issue of the IRS started in the 2010s. The many taxpayer discussing about the incomes about the IRS in the 2010. So so why they are focusing on this area, because we can be see nowadays the competitive of the market, the world market. Therefore, they are required for in Malaysia. Actually, we also focuses around the 2012, about the IRS. So how we want to achieve for the IRS? Of course, we have to focuses about the non-compliant case, which is mean that when we are focused the compliant, we are knowing already that I will be compliant. They are always be compliant. So we just to consistently to guide them about it to fulfill requirement. By the way, the problem is come from how to combat about the non-compliant case when the IR. So it is, which is means that this is the suggestion. So how to combat this? This is the suggestion from the from the tax authority or maybe tax researcher. Suggestion by the OECD and the tax researchers about the how to fulfill or how to avoid or how to reduce the non-compliant case. So that's why we are introduced for the BDP to fulfill our IRS. Is this okay?
Okay, doctor, but this is happen in Indonesia especially, right? I don't know if Malaysia this has happened or not, because as my experience and a tax consultant in Indonesia, I got a lot of case about the difference between between IFRS and a tax rule, especially about the income, because there is no adjustment. There is no adjustment between the IFRS and between the tax rule. So sometimes it will be trigger a dispute in sometimes in some cases, because about 2 years ago I got new case about the implementation of about the income based on contract, about income based on contract in IFRS, and it's a trigger it's a trigger interest income. It's a trigger interest income, but it's all about impact of the accounting to our annual report. But in the different thing, the tax authority think that the income is that we obtain from the bank, but in this case, the interest is come from accounting treatment only, but not we obtain from the bank. So how do you see the difference between IFRS and a tax rule? Is there no adjustment that the accounting board made to adjust the IFRS and the tax rule? Because sometimes it's always create a dispute. I don't know in Malaysia if it's happened or no, but Indonesia in some cases it's always happen. In this year, maybe about 3 cases happen in my client, because we start to implementation IFRS in annual report, but in this case sometimes create a dispute with tax authority in Indonesia. Thank you, doctor.
Okay, so which is a good question, eh? Yeah, I understand because the VDP is a new program, so there is not cater yet under the IFRS. Okay, so International Financial Reporting Standard, right? You mentioned you missed that, right?
Right.
Okay, so which is there is not the category yet under MIS. So in Malaysia we are provided under the MIS. Okay, so the MIS the agency who Malaysian Institute of Accountants. So they are who the organizations who must be provided for the debt stages. Okay, so by the way, what the tax authority is do is when you submission, even though you are mentioned that there is some of adjustment under the need, so we are understand already. Yeah, that is true. So is this really that the income? So whether the tax rate is based on the profit, right? We are getting that the profit, but is it true in the Indonesia? Is it so same thing happen?
Like yeah, but this case is like you get interest income. For example, right? If you implemented the IFRS about income that you get from the contract about the IFRS treatment, so it would trigger interest income in your annual report.
Yeah.
But in different way, the tax authority said the income we get from the bank. I think they think there is a cash flow from the IFRS treatment.
Okay, good.
But in reality, there is no cash flow in our interest income.
Right, this is true.
Just the impact of IFRS treatment only. It's always create a dispute in Indonesia in some cases, doctor.
Okay, so what our tax authority do is you have to provide that documentation. Okay, when we are identified and we are investigation, we have the investigation department. Okay, so when we investigate your declaration, so before that you must go to the declare first. So this is income is not the under the income, this is the under adjustment. So when you are provided the good document inside that, so there means that we are be excluded under your tax rate. Okay, so if you can, the problem is now today that the client cannot be provide a good quality of the documentation, like I mentioned to the Mr. Alvis before that. So the tax agent actually need to help the tax authority to provide for the debt documentation, such you mentioned about the adjustment under the FIRS. Okay, so even though you are mentioned about the contract, the interest under the contract and so on. Yeah, we can be see because when we see the accounting, there are a lot of treatment, right? So it's the contract only. So maybe we have the retailer problems and so on. So this is what the tax authority do is you just go there and the taxpayer go to the tax authority in Malaysia, that the taxpayer go to the authority. So we have the what we call that the consultation. So they are giving some of the consultation to you, what the document you are required to provide that, and then if the taxpayer is not familiar about the document, so they can be help, they can be get the servicer for the tax agent to provide for the document. So okay, so when there are income is not, remember for the definition, so what the law definition. Okay, so anything that the tax authority given going back to the law definition. In the law definitions, any income. So since that the adjustment is not the income, so we be charged. So the tax authority in Malaysia will be not charged to you. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, because sometimes if we going to debate with the tax authority in Indonesia, sometimes it's not gonna find a problem solving like yeah, because in Indonesia the tax authority member is not based on economic, but sometimes most of them is based on the law in university. So sometimes it's always hard for us to deliver our opinion about the accounting treatment because they never understand about our our discussion, and sometimes we always get rejection from it. So the best way to handle this is we going to the tax court to find that, yeah, we can say to find the justice.
Yeah, I understand that the problems nowadays. Okay, we can be see that the people who are not involved in the accounting, sometimes they cannot be reached about our document, right? They didn't know about our terms already. And by the way, they are still from the authority. So we must by hook or by crook, we must be follow for the terms, right? So actually, this is the challenge for the tax agent actually to convince them. Okay, but in Malaysia, when you want to go to the tax authority, when you want to work at the tax authority, so you must have some background for the accounting. But that is our requirement.
Okay, thanks a lot, Dr. Yusri Hazrul
Okay,
Yusuf.
right.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lionel Messi, for asking the question to our presenter. And thank you, Doctor, to answer our question. And there is the third question from Nandine. So Nandine, I suggest you to open your camera and to unmute your audio, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the chance to ask question for Dr. Yusri. I'm sorry, I'm turned off the camera because the network not stable. I will ask question. The first I want to ask is, what is the purpose of FDV and can it help fix the budget deficit? And the second question, how much does the community understand about FDV itself and how to provide this literacy to the community? Thank you.
Okay, so well, what I mentioned before, that VDP actually the main problem, that is the main suggestion from the tax research, okay, especially, so you can be read under OECD report. So there will be suggestions under 2015, if I'm not mistaken, you can be checked back about this. So this is the way how we want to combat or how we want to settle about the non-compliant case, okay. And you can see that I'm showing you that the figures that in the Malaysian itself, we have the 19,000 case. So you just imagine that the case must be settled in a year. So it's quite a lot of effort must to do from the tax authority and also for the taxpayer to settle for that case. Okay, so if before this, the way to settle for the dispute, you go either you pay either you pay the fine or you bring this the court. So this is our law is allowable. Okay. So what nowadays when you can see here is the tax researcher is offer or suggest to the government to provide for VDP, because this VDP actually can be help this taxpayer to settle for this non-compliance case as soon as possible, which is then we can save the time, which is save the budget and and so on. Okay, so that's why we are brings for this case. Okay, for the how that the awareness from the people in the Malaysia at the beginnings are, so we are do for the awareness work. We explains to the taxpayer. We call them to support us to apply for the VDP. Okay, so after that we can see about the VDP. So at the beginning, yeah, we have a lot of problems. They are come to us many times because this is a new thing. Sometimes they are too worried. Okay, because when they involve the money, of course the people will be so worried, right? So be careful. Okay, so they are come to us, get a lot of the information and a lot of the advice from the side. Okay, it's not just the taxpayer, it's also from the tax agent to get it for this information. Okay, so when they are get this information actually, so that's why they are know what the benefit they are get from the VDP, then there will be applied for the VDP. So when you see here nowadays that the figure is still increasing, which means that there is can be accepted for this program. Okay. By the way, the problem is nowadays the VDP actually we have a periods. Okay, so we have the first period. We cannot give the taxpayer for the whole year. Okay, so the taxpayer must have to prepare a good documentation or a quality of the documentation to make sure they can be applied for this program. Okay, is this okay?
Okay, Doctor, I want to ask another question. The
Okay.
question, by following the FDV is free from administrative sanction, there is data protection, namely the disclosed property data cannot be used as a basis for investigation. I mean, what the reason behind that? Can you understand my question?
Okay, I understand that because you are concerned about the protections data, right? The data protections, right? Is it I'm right?
Yes, the question is like this. By following the FDV is free from administrative sanction. There is data protection, namely the disclosed property data cannot be used as a basis for investigation. And what the reason behind this?
Okay, so of course, when we want to bring under the investigation, actually, I'm not sure that the Indonesia's law how is it, but I'm trying to explain in the Malaysia. Okay, when you want to bring this under investigation, at the end of the investigation, of course, we go to the court. Okay, so at the court, so you cannot be hide any document or any information. Therefore, when you go to investigation, okay, under the tax rule, under the tax act, actually the investigation officer have a right to get all the information, even though that the information is under the protective data. Okay, so because of the purpose. By the way, we are not given the whole people to getting the, even though under the tax authority itself, we just give it for the special persons only, which is they have get the license. Okay, they have get to the right, they have get to the license from the government, especially for the bank negara, to get for the personal data about maybe for example for the financial data and so on. Okay, so this is actually why we are required for the why the investigations required for this data, like I mentioned before. At the end of the investigation, actually we want to bring to the court we want to bring this case to the court. Okay, so if we cannot be provide all the data required, all the information required during the tax investigation, so this case actually cannot bring to the court. That's why in the Malaysia we still have the protections data, but only a few people can be allowed there. Okay, it's not all the people, even though in the tax authority itself. Okay, Nani?
Okay, thank you, Doctor, for the answer. Very happy and very insightful for me. Thank you.
Okay, right. Is it we have a tax agent here? Maybe you can be share some things, your case, so we can be shared to the others.
Okay, I want to answer the question. So, Doctor, our tax agent has a problem, so he cannot enjoy the Zoom meeting right now.
Okay, it's okay.
Okay, so Doctor, we have already a question for you. And so from your presentation, that you presented before, I want to ask something that, does this voluntary disclosure program mean that it provides an opportunity for every taxpayer to immediately pay the taxes in order to avoid being exposed to warning letter and sanction? Does that also mean that there are still many taxpayers who are dishonest or do not want to disclose their total asset and income, and how did they respond? I think that's my question. Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, so what I mentioned before that, when you get when you want to apply for VDP, so you must go to the apply first and then submit with your document first. You cannot go there and then you getting approval immediately. No. So we must be reviewed case by case. Either your case is eligible to apply for VDP or not. If your case is not eligible, so we be rejected about your application. Okay, so if your application is will be accepted, so that the government or the tax authority will be offer you what is supposedly you to be fulfilled. Maybe you must be paid a bond. Okay, you put the bond after you pay something to make sure that you will be compliant another year. So this is the requirements that the tax authority make to make sure that the person is not repeat the same thing happen in the next year. Is it okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for the answer, Doctor. And so, karena di sini kita udah selesai tentang Q&A-nya, dan di sini kita bisa lanjut untuk ke kuis dulu nih, karena kita dari tadi udah dengerin materi, kita juga udah lanjut tanya-nanya. Nah, sekarang kita mau refreshing dulu dengan games, dan gamesnya itu kita bakal kuis. Dan di sini saya akan mempersilahkan kepada MC untuk memandu kuis yang kita tampilkan. Dan kepada Master of Ceremony, saya persilahkan untuk memandu acara selanjutnya. Terima kasih.
Okay.
Thank you so much to Sister Ananda Azkia Fatmawati for guiding the presentation of the material as well as discussion and question and answers with our great presenters today. So that we gain a new knowledge, so it's good to enter the next agenda, namely the ice-breaking with the game quizzes. It is requested that participants can join the game by entering the following code. Let's have some fun, guys. You guys can enter the code. I hope everyone can participate in these quizzes. Ayo teman-teman, semangat.
Oke, MC. Wah, di sini kita udah banyak banget ya yang join. Udah ada 89, dah 92. Gimana nih MC?
Ya, boleh teruskan aja.
Iya ya. Yuk yang lain yang belum join, di sini kan ada 391, yang join baru 94. Linknya bisa langsung dibagiin ya, dan kalian bisa langsung join ke kuis kita pada hari ini. Oh iya, sambil kita nunggu peserta yang lain, mungkin saya di sini pengen ngobrol dulu sama MC-nya. Halo MC, gimana cuaca di Malaysia?
Agak
How's
mendung.
the weather? Oh, Temanggung. Oh, it's the same. And so my place, I'm in Balikpapan, so I'm in East Borneo. But right now it's very heavy rain.
Oh, I hope you're doing good.
Yes, I hope that my wifey is very good, so I'm not get out from this zone.
I hope you're not.
I very so much.
All right, we are starting. Is it? Oh no.
We have already 178.
Yes, come on, guys. Let's
Come on,
join.
guys. We will gonna have fun. Come on.
You might win some prizes. We don't know.
Yes.
So you
We
guys
have already prize for the winner, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, it's already up. Okay, there is Faris Syaifullah, Ilmiatus Irfani, Ratu Sabita. Wow. Udah setengah yang join, mungkin yang lain bisa ikutan join ya. Kan kita cuma have fun aja di sini, kita nggak nanya-nanya kok. Yuk ikut yuk, kita join. Dan kodenya 979727. Dan linknya bisa di joinmyquiz.com. Yuk yang lain ikutan join yuk. Udah ada 202 orang nih yang join. Yang lain kita tunggu ya buat joinnya.
All right, I guess the game has already started. So who's leading right now? Have Alif, Indy, or Ritwan? So will be the first one. All right. Medina is leading right now with 5 points. Come on, guys. We have to beat Medina. The second place will be Ridwan. Ayo teman-teman. Alright, we can see Alif bin Lani is leading. Oh no, Medina is leading right now with 9,560 points. Second place, oh, Medina and Alif is kind of like racing right now. You wanted to get the first place. The third place will be Aina. Aina is consistent with the third place. Wow, who's leading right now? We have Andina at the fourth place with 8,340 points. Alif is still number 1. Come on, guys, we have to beat Alif. Wow, we can see Rizwan is at the third place. Okay. We have the first one is Alif, second is Rizwan, and third is Medina. Oh no, okay, there's a change. I hope everyone is participating and have fun. Oh, Nadia is leading right now at the third place. And now she's at the first place. Okay, we can see that the name has changed. Who's going to win the Zor prize? Hey guys, give it a guess. This is so, you guys are very competitive. Alright, you can see Nadia at the first place. How is everyone doing? I can see that most of you guys has finished the quizzes. Right now we can see that Nadia is the first place. Second will be Sultan Alif and third is Rizwan with the highest point of 21,180 points. Come on guys, you guys have to beat Nadia. Get the door prize. All right, we can see that Alvis Saputra is leading. Wow. With 22,480 points. Okay, we can see that Alpha Saputra is being consistent in the first place. The second, we have Julia. The third, we have Alfia. Fourth, Celine. Okay. Wow. Elvis Saputra point is very high, 26,000. Come on, guys. Okay, the first winner will be Julia, second will be Elvis Saputra, and the third will be Alfia Noor. Congratulations, guys. Thank you so much, everyone, for participating in the quizzes. I hope you guys had fun and gained new knowledge. Now, the second speaker has finally arrived. Introducing Mrs. Rizka Dewi. She is a tax manager of Adinata Harta International Tax Consulting. I will now pass back to our moderator, Ananda Askia Fatmawati, for the next session.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear my voice? Wait a minute.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, so if there is any other that speak, maybe the operator can give them spotlight, please. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have Mrs. Rizka Dewi Barus. Okay, so I can hear your voice. Can you hear my voice, Mrs. Rizka?
Yes, clearly.
Okay, but I can see your face. Maybe you can open your camera, please. Thank you. Okay, good morning, Mrs. Rizka. Hope you have healthy well.
Good morning, everyone. We are very sorry for the tardiness for the delay. I'm here to represent Mr. Pian for today's topic. We are sorry to keep you waiting, and we hope we can enjoy this seminar as well.
Okay. Okay, so guys, and previously on behalf of the committee, I apologize for the replacement of our second presenter due to the problem experienced by the second presenter. And now I allow our second speaker named Mrs. Rizka Dewi Barus that will deliver our second material. And for Mrs. Rizka, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Miss Ananda. I'm sorry, I'm supposed to share my screen. I'm doing this live.
Okay, I'm sorry, Miss, but I cannot hear it clearly.
Who's sharing my okay, thank you very much. Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm glad to see you all here today. My name is Rizky Barus. I'm here to represent Mr. Ian. We are very sorry for the late confirmation. Mr. Ian is due to some urgent plan today. He cannot attend this seminar. I'm here to represent him. I hope I can present the theory perfectly, goodly, and can answer your question. Everyone can hear my voice, right? I'm sorry, I have a not very good network here. Okay, I take it as a yes. I'd like to share you all about voluntary disclosure program in Indonesia, or we call PPS, Program Pengungkapan Sukarela. This is a new regular in Indonesia in 2020, following the previous tax law. It's called tax amnesty. Okay, next please. As you can see, it's called voluntary. It means we do it from ourselves, with our own calculating, with our own information, data. Everything is based on what we provide to the tax office. Next, next please. And this program obviously is an opportunity to taxpayer to voluntarily report, as I said before, to voluntarily disclose any information that have not been fulfilled through the tax amnesty program, the previous tax law, and the fulfilled from reported by tax return in fiscal year 2020. This program is implemented in 6 months from 1st January
Sampai jam 3 acaranya.
Okay. This policy or this program consists in 2 policy, the first and the second. The first policy, the subject will be individual and corporate taxpayer participating in tax amnesty. So everyone that had previously attend tax amnesty could join this program in policy 1. For the policy 2, it's only for individual taxpayer. The base of the asset, the disclosed asset, will be the asset per December 31, 2015 for policy 1, and the asset from 2016 until 2020 for policy 2. That's quite a different year gap here. The rate also different from policy 1 and the policy 2, although it's the same final income rates for both of policy. 11% for non-repatriate possess of assets abroad, 8% of repatriate foreign asset and domestic assets, and 6% for repatriate foreign assets and domestic assets invested in government or state securities, or we call it in Indonesia SBI, of renewable natural resources and energy. And for the second policy, that's slightly different rate. It's higher than the first policy. It's 80%, 40%, and 12%. Okay, next. As I said before, the main purpose, of course, to give a change to the taxpayer, to disclose any misinformation, not reported any asset in the past, so we can move on with the clearly information. The other main purpose of this program will be surely for the government returning taxpayer assets and capital abroad back to the state, back to the Indonesia, as well as encouraging state revenue. It's come in the same way, increase state revenue from the tax sector, additional tax base, of course, from the disposed asset, as a transition to the new tax system, and increase taxpayer awareness in paying taxes, compliance. Next, please. How to calculate final income tax? We got the final tax rate, and now how to calculate it? Final income tax, it's calculated from the value of the net asset. Net asset are the asset minus the debt, according to the tax amnesty law before. If the asset or debt in foreign currency, the exchange rate of the Decree of Ministry Finance or KMK exchange rate shall be used at the end of the last tax rate. So we could easily get the KMK exchange rate from the tax office website. The formula will be rate x value of net asset. The value of net asset will be asset minus or less debt. Take note, for participation of policy 1, the debt refers to provisions of the tax law, tax amnesty law, which is a maximum of 50% of the value of the asset for individual taxpayer and a maximum of 75% value of asset for corporate taxpayer. And for a second policy, debt refer to the principal or best debt, the real debt. Okay. Okay, the asset value guideline, as you can see, we surely asking about what if the asset got an decrease or increase in value. So we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guideline. The real value, the assess is so the assessment through the asset value is made on situation of the last fiscal year. Let's say it's 31 December. If there is no guideline value, we could use from public appraisal service office or PEP in Indonesia. We could use real value, cash, or equivalent to cash, bank credit or anything, NJOP or NJKP, or tax-based selling value for land or vehicle, values published by PT Antam for gold or silver, values published by PT BEI for shares or warrant, values published by PT Penilai Harga Efek Indonesia for government or state securities, SBN, for debt securities, and for commercial securities issued by company, or we could say okay, next. For a second policy value guideline, Next, please. Okay, for the second value, if the value is unknown, we should use fair value as per end of the tax year, similar or equivalent asset based on the assessment of the taxpayer. So it's quite the same, the method of to calculate the value of that asset, real value and acquisition value or other case and case equivalent. It looks the same method as a previous policy, but they make it simpler. Real value, cash or equivalent of cash, we the cost of the asset, and acquisition value or other cash and equivalent. Okay, next. We come to the okay, next, the term and the condition. Of course, we talk about the second policy here. Because this is applied to Indonesian, the first requirement should be have a tax identification number, TIN or NTRP, we call it NTRP. We should pay the final income tax, the value asset multiplied with the rate, submitting the 2020 annual income tax return, revoke, if any, requested for restitution or legal remedies for fiscal year 2016 to 2020, income tax, withholding income tax, or any request of the restitution. Sorry, not being tax audit or conducting preliminary or undergoing a grant in the field of taxation. So this is the base requirement to join the PPS program. The other terms is any amendment of tax return of PPS participation after the law on the harmonization of tax regulation or Undang-Undang HPP is considered not submitted at all. So any amendment of the tax return or SPT after tax law HPP, Undang-Undang HPP, is considered not submitted at all. The second, individual taxpayer who have not reported their 2020 income tax return must report their 2020 tax return by including the tax return asset calculation before 2020 plus asset from 2020 income. So it's in a separate data, separate document. Other assets are disclosed through the asset disclosed notification letter. That's quite a term and condition for second policy on PPS. Next. Okay. PPS flow overview. This is the flow. So first, taxpayer disclose their asset through notification letter. They got the letter statement. They got the letter statement full of the asset disclosed, and then tax officer do research or audit process on the letter of statement, and might have Q&A session with the tax officer through taxpayer clarification, and then the result will be letter of correction or consolidation of the assets. So this is the PPS flow from the disclosure, audit, clarification, and then the result of the letter. It's correction, consolidation, or acceptance from the tax office. Okay, next. Next, please. Previously, I told you one of the term in the policy one, we got a situation if the taxpayer invest in SBN or renewable energy in Indonesia, there's a different, slightly additional flow. The repatriation deadline or the investment deadline is 30 September 2020, and the repatriation and the investment deadline, there's two deadlines here. Repatriation deadline 30 September 2022, investment deadline 30 September 2023. So if we choose to recalculate or calculate the final income tax using the repatriation deadline, we should follow the deadline. But if we commit to use the investment tax income final rate, we should follow the investment deadline. Okay, the flow is right of warning letter. So this is the fourth flow, right? 1, 2, 3 is from the previous slide. The fourth is the deadline after tax office issuing the audit report on the disclosure asset. The deadline will be in 2020 or 2022 or 2023. And after that, from the supervision part, after the taxpayer declare, there will be a supervision system to submit or to share any warning letter if the taxpayer pass the deadline. And there will be fines or sanction on it. If not, additional final tax, I'm sorry. The taxpayer should pay additional final tax. Or if the taxpayer did not pay any additional, they will get a determination, will get underpayment assessment letter from the tax office. So it's depend on if the taxpayer is comply to the statement letter from the tax office or no. Okay, next. Okay, the disclosure process. As Indonesian is going to have an online system for all of tax kind, the process of PPS also doing from the website itself. It's www.pajak.go.id/PPS. The SPPH or the asset disclosure notification letter should be submitted in the form of an electronic form, e-form, and this service is available 24 hours plus 7 days. So, amendment of asset disclosure notification letter. PPS participation could submit the second, the third, and so on disclosure letter if there any error on writing, on calculating, or they should declare any additional or deduct any assets or change in rate. Verification of asset disclosure notification letter. PPS participant could revoke the asset disclosure notification letter by filing the next asset disclosure notification letter with a value of 0 null. If the PPS participant has revoked the asset disclosure notification letter, the participant can no longer submit the next asset disclosure notification letter. So all the steps is doing online through the pajak.go.id website. For the first, second notification letter or revoke the letter, all is doing online. Okay, next. What should we attach on the notification letter? So in disclosure the asset, the notification must attach with asset disclosure notification letter, of course, the main, or we could say the inbook in Indonesia, the proof of final income tax payment, or we call BPE, list of net asset in detail, list of debt, and statement of repatriation or investment. And the additional documents for second policy PPS, statement of revocation of application if they already request any restitution or any what is called any request at all to the tax office or in tax audit process, and then upload a letter of application for revocation of appeal, lawsuit, and or any juridical review. So if the taxpayer has or in process on restitution or any we call on process banding, gugat, or PK, they should have these additional documents submitted along with the notification letter that the statement state that the process is being cancelled or revoked by the taxpayer. Okay, next is how to pay. Okay, how to pay, the payment methods of the PPS. So the rate, as the previous table, is multiplied by the value of net asset less or minus debt. Payment cannot be made by offer booking system in Indonesia, or we similar to PBK, pemindah bukuan. So the payment cannot be made by offer booking system. Payments are made only with tax account code and payment account code. The code will be 427 in the if we follow first policy, and 428 if we follow two policy. The tax account code will be 4112 28 as well as other final income tax code. Okay, next. Okay, the repatriation term, the deadline will be September 30, 2022. The asset, the disclosure asset, if it's placed aboard, should be carried out to Indonesia no later than 30 September through a bank, through bank system. When assets transferred to Indonesia cannot be transferred outside the territory of Indonesia for at least 5 years from the date of issuance letter of the statement. So the holding period also applies to the declaration of domestic asset. This term is applies for repatriation term and also any asset declared in domestic. Okay, next. And for the investment terms, downstreaming of natural resources or hilirisasi SDA in Indonesia, and renewable energy through the establishment of a new business or equity participation, or investment form in government or state securities or SBN in a primary market with private placement mechanism for primary dealer with the statement letter. The deadline have a 1-year gap, no later than September 30, 2023. The holding period is the same, 5 years since investment. And other term for investment amount could be transferred to another form of investment after a minimum of 2 years. So we could transfer from one and another investment in 2 years. Transfer between investment of maximum 2 times with a maximum of 1 transfer in 1 calendar year. Given a maximum of 2 years between 2 years gap between investment transfer, the interval time between investment transfer suspend the holding period of 5 years, suspends the holding. PPS participation with repatriation and or investment commitments are required to submit an investment realization report through the DGT website no later than the deadline for submitting the annual tax return. So this is the additional terms for investment. Next. Talking about realization report for participation with repatriation or investors commitment. Participation with repatriation and or investment commitments are required to submit realization report. The information submitted issued related to the repatriation or investment at the end of the fiscal year before the reporting year is submitted. Reporting time is no later than the expired of the deadline for submitting the annual tax return, especially for investment. The realization should be reported until the end of the investment deadline. So the realization, the report of the participation of the PPS should be submitted along with the tax return, annual tax return, and for the investment, the realization should be reported until the end of the investment deadline. Okay, next, we talk about consequence here. Next. what if, next please. Okay, thank you. What if we or the participation lack of disclosure of the asset? So in the previous flow, the tax office will do an audit or assessment on the PPS declaration. And what if they found there are still assets that have not been disclosed at the time? So we talk about consequences. For PPS of policy one or the first policy, if there are still assets that have not been disclosed, the participation will get additional tax, 20% for corporate, 30% for individual, and 12.5% for certain taxpayer, and also got 200% increase in sanction. For the second PS, participants book until the deadlines and still have assets that have not been disclosed in the asset disclosure notification will get additional final income tax. The rate will be solid 30%, and also penalty or interest per month, as stated in the Article 13, Paragraph 2 of Law on General Provision and Tax Procedure or Undang-Undang KUP. Okay, we should pay attention on the consequence because although we do or any participant do it voluntary, there's still a consequence if they disclose an not an error data or a made up data. So they should be careful, even though this is voluntary. The supervision, the audit, the assessment to the value of the disclosed asset is quite high. Okay. Next. Next, you'll see a table of the rate. Okay, this is income tax rate and also the additional income tax due to failure of repatriation, or we call one prestasi on the repatriation or investment in first policy. We see the final income tax rate 6, 8, 11 for overseas assets and 6 and 8 for domestic assets, with the additional final income tax if there is if the tax office find any failure on the disclosed asset. Voluntary 3%, SKPKB or got a warn letter 4.5%. If it's failed in domestic declaration, on repatriation will get higher rate, will get higher additional final income rate 6 and 2.5. On the failed on repatriate only for foreign declaration was 4 and 5.5%. Next, for the second policy, it's got I'm sorry, previous slide, please. Okay, it's look the same because the table color and everything, right? The rate is higher than first policy, but the rule is the same for the final income tax and the additional final income tax if there's a failure in the repatriation. Oh my God, sorry, repatriation or investment policy. Untuk si the same additional final income tax the rate is the same for the additional final income, but for the final income tax for second policy is like slightly higher. Okay, next. Okay. Post PPA, right? And obligation or okay, hak dan kewajiban pasca PPS. PPS policy 2 participation can no longer apply for restitution or any legal remedies to claim their overpayment tax. PPS participation who are in default of revoking legal remedies, the letter of statement will be cancelled. So if the participation of second policy is still on a process, restitution process, or any refund overpayment tax in refund overpayment tax program, the letter of statement will be cancelled by the tax office. This is the post PPS rights and obligation. Post PPS tax return report or laporan SPT pasca PPS. Net assets become additional retained earning balance on the financial statement side. Assets or debts in asset disclosure notification letter as new assets or debt according to the letter of statement in the 2022 tax return. Okay, assets in asset disclosure notification letter cannot be depreciated or amortized for tax purpose. Okay, this is the post PPA yes, PPA rights and obligation. Next we'll talk from the tax oversight, I think, employment supervision through a taxpayer audit. This is the post PPS. Okay, next. Inspection or tax audit of taxpayer participation in PPS. So taxpayer who follow second policy based on tax audit funding, if they have not or less disclose net asset in asset disclosure notification letter, the tax office will will issue warning letters. So the taxpayer, based on the warning letter, does not provide clarification or provide clarification but does not transferring that asset into the territory of Indonesia until September 30, 2020. Invest net asset until September 30, 2023. We talk about the deadline and meet the investment deadline in accordance with Article 15. Taxpayer, based on the warning letter, does not deposit any additional final income and disclose final income in monthly final income tax return until the deadline related to transfer or investment. Next. Following the tax audit, there will be a treatment for assets that have not been disclosed or least disclosed in first policy. From law 11 of year 2016 state that in the event that the taxpayer has obtained a letter of statement and that it is found that there is data and or information regarding assets which have not been or are not disclosed in the letter of statement, the assets shall be considered as additional income received or obtained by taxpayer at the time the data and or information are found. And for the paragraph 3 state the additional income as referred to the paragraph 1 is subject to income tax in accordance with the province of law and regulation in the field of income tax and is added with tax administration sanction in the form of an increase of 200% of the income tax is not or underpaid. So the regulation clearly state about the sanction if the asset have not been disclosed or least disclosed. So tax office have a strong legal base to do type assessment type tax audit on this PPS program. Okay, next. For the first policy, okay. For PPS sanction,
Me, Mrs. Rizka.
Oh yeah.
I apologize to interrupt the presentation. I'm really sorry. I just want to remind you that the presentation is 5 minutes left. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you, Ms. Ananda. Okay, because we have 5 minutes and I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9 slides. I will go faster. Okay, next. This one is I already inform you from the last. This one from okay. Next, we'll get to next. This is all about the sanction rate. Okay. There's no transferring. Yeah, the same. Next. Okay, this is a okay. This is a flow from the beginning of disclosure letter to the end of the PPS program. So from the digital system, www.pajar.uu.id, the participants submit the letter, and then the tax office do the audit assessment and will issue statement letter if the request is approved, appropriate, cash flows, or need more supervision work, or need more investigation not available going under the proposed inspection of asset has not been or less disclosed in the asset disclosure letter. Tax office will issue an tax underpaid tax assessment, and the taxpayer should pay the sanction. As I told you before, the sanction rate, additional rate, and also the increase of the interest. Okay, thanks. Okay. Oh yeah, it's the same flow, but it's the difference is the taxpayer should submit what I put for the realization report at the end. Okay, next. Okay, this one. Oh yeah, it's the same from the previous. This one is to rule the investment. The previous one is repatriation, and this one is investment. Okay, next. The sections theme of policy, first policy. Yeah, it's all the same with the previous table, the green one you have, and next. It's for the second policy. Yeah, it's the same. Okay, that's all. Thank you, everyone. Last, I would say, thank you for the attention. Thank you for the time. We are very sorry if, for our late confirmation on changing the speakers today. We'll try my best to answer if you have any question regarding the PPS system. But if I got a problem or I need more time, I will surely get you through email or through WhatsApp or phone, anything, if we can help you to understand the system well. Thank you, Miss Ananda. Get back to you.
All right. Thank you for the amazing material, Mrs. Rizka. And the next event, we will move to discussion session with Mrs. Rizka. And just a reminder for participants who want to ask the question, and you can do that on the comment column with format that has been sent by the team. And so we have the first person that want to ask the question is Mr. Elvis Saputra. And so I allow you to mute your ID. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Miss Moderator. My name is Elvis Saputra. I'm from Indonesia and I'm from Jakarta. I want to ask to Miss Rizka. And first question, what if there are the taxpayer who not the report as final tax annual year tax? Can they take the part in the voluntary PDP or PPS? And yang two is PDP. Is the PDP same as the tax amnesty on Indonesian? And yeah, the last question, what if the taxpayer announced deferred net asset to Indonesian, but the realization deferred asset doing after the dead end on the PPS, what the punishment the taxpayer if they doing the deferred net asset on after PPS? Yeah, thank you.
Should I answer his question directly, Miss Anand, or we could gather maybe 2 or 3 questions first?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Rizka, but I can hear clearly about your voice. Maybe you can repeat it.
Should I answer his question directly, or we should gather 1 or 2 questions more?
Oh, no, yes, you can answer the question directly.
Okay, Mr. Alfie Saputra, thank you for your question. Let me find the answer in my slide.
Miss, unmute first, please.
I'm sorry, Mr. Alfie. I can't hear you well.
Okay. So I must repeat or one by one the question.
What I hear you if the first question, if the participation not reported the tax return, could they join the PPS? Is that right? Okay, and the second question,
Is PPSM the tax amnesty on Indonesian?
I'm sorry.
I mean, is PPS pengungkapan sukarela same as tax amnesty on Indonesian? Can you know what I mean?
Okay, so you say if the PPS
same as tax amnesty on Indonesian.
Is it the same or not? Right?
Yeah.
Okay, I get it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, last question. Yeah, if the taxpayer doing the deferred net asset to Indonesian, but the relation what the I'm jadi males. Oke, I'm say in the bahasa ya. Oke, nih pertanyaan yang terakhir. Jika ini si pemohon pajaknya ini melakukan pengalihan aset ke Indonesia, tapi pengalihan asetnya dilakukan setelah tanggal PPS-nya berakhir itu sanksinya gimana itu?
Oke. Terima kasih, Evi. Okay, everyone, I will try to answer the question according to my seminar materi. We'll go to the page. Okay, can the sliders help me to reopen the PPT on page 8, please. For the first question, if the page 8, if the participation not reported the tax return, will they join the PPS? So we talked about term and condition on the PPS. As we can see, the requirement, the 1, 2, 3, the second, 1, 2, 3, the third, we should submit the annual income tax return. So this will be an obstacle on the tax audit side. If we submit any notification letter through tax office, but at the same time have not submit the annual income tax, there will be a bigger change. The notification will get cancelled or will get rejected by the tax office. So this is the bare requirement, bare minimum requirement. So if we don't pass the base, yeah, we could not hope for our notification letter get accepted by the tax office. The second question will be, if is PPS the same as PA or amnesty? For the base of disclosure is the same. For the purpose of the program is the same, because government tax office want to give what I would say second change to an Indonesian taxpayer to let's say declare their asset, their maybe hidden asset or offshore hidden asset, give change to them to go get clear. This is the second change. Government through the PPS program gave the participant, gave the taxpayer second chance to declare the truthness of their assets. So I don't know if the government has really a bigger plan on Indonesia tax, but I think they got more seriously on this case, because if we take 4 or 10 years, previous 10 years, the tax system is quite what we could say on old, like all is paper based. It took a long time to request anything from the tax office, but look at now, everything is just in one click, all is online. Everything is an open resource for tax officer. So this is the second change given by the government to the taxpayer that has not disclosed any of their assets, because they have a bigger plan, master plan on the tax. The last question is, if if the realization is different with the disclosed notification letter, what's the consequence? I hope I got the question right. We'll go through the page. On my slide, it's a green table. Okay, could someone help me go through slide 19? If the realization is different from the notification letter, we call it a failure, repatriasi or investasi. Or in Indonesia, we call it one prestasi. Of course, there's a consequence on that, even if it's supposedly or not supposedly done by the participant. Of course, there will be additional tax, final tax, along with the sanction 200% increase on the interest. That's the consequence if the realization is different with the notification letter. It's called failure on repatriation or investment. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Rizka, thank you for answering the question. And we have our second question from Mr. Leonel Menzi, and I ask you to unmute your audio. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear my sound? Hello. Okay, let me introduce myself first. My name is Umanul Hubi and I'm from West Nusa Tenggara, and my job is a tax consultant. So in this case, I just want to asking to Miss Rizka Dewi Barus as the presenter of the voluntary disclosure program. In PMK 196 2021, I found that the sentences that after the PMK is implemented, so the correction of the correction from the taxpayer is not gonna be recognized. So what do you think about this what do you think about this article? Because is that mean after the implementation of PMK 19 PMK 196, so we couldn't doing a correction to our tax to our annually tax report. And the second question is, what about the asset that we sell to the other people before the implementation of PPS? So what is the procedure if we want to join PPS after we sold the asset to the other people? Thanks a lot. That's my question.
Thank you, Mr. Sorry, are your name Lionel, or did I? Okay, I just call you Mr. Lionel. Okay, thank you for your question, Mr. Lionel. I'm not quite sure for the first question. I'm not sure I got it right.
Oh, okay. Let me repeat my question first. Okay, Miss Rizka. My first question is, if you check it in PMK 196 2021, and this article, I forget the article is what's number, but in this article said after the PMK is implemented, so if we want to doing a correction in our annually tax reform, we call it as a pembetulan, So the correction it's not going to be a sum by tax authority. Is that mean we have to? Is that mean we have to join the voluntary disclosure program or no? Because in this article, it's create some some confusion for me, because in this article said we have to if we doing a correction, our correction is not going to be a sum. That's my question. So the second one is, if we saw the asset before the implementation of voluntary disclosure program, so what's the treatment for the asset that we sell to the other people? Should we register the asset to the asset that we sell to the people to the voluntary disclosure program or no? And if we join it, what is the problem? Because we sold the asset, so we don't owing the asset till the till 31st December 2016 because we sold it. Should we join the asset to the voluntary disclosure program or no? Because we sold the asset to the other people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lionel. We'll try to answer the second question first, because I'm trying to find the first question tax rule. I might need you to help me on the article of the PMK 196/2021, so I get clearly question. I will get your question clearly for the first, and for the second.
You can say, okay, I can say in bahasa, right? In that article they said pembetulan yang dilakukan setelah SPT pembetulan yang dilakukan setelah SPT disampaikan pembetulan yang dilakukan setelah PMK ini berlaku dianggap tidak disampaikan. Is that mean we don't have, so is that mean we don't have to do a correction, or we should joining the PPS? Because in this PMK is is very confusing for us as the taxpayer, because yeah, it's mean we have to join PPS, or you have your own interpretation about this article, because they said pembetulan yang dilakukan setelah PMK ini berlaku dianggap tidak disampaikan. Is that mean we cannot doing a correction, or we should join PPS after this PMK is implemented? That's my question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lionel. It's clearly now, but I will try to answer from the second question first. So what if we sell the assets before we joining the PPS? That's fine. That's okay. So the asset will not be stated on the asset side, but will add your income, additional income. So that's fine. That's fine if you get higher or lower cost, lower income from the selling of the asset. You are able to not report the selling asset in the asset side, but you should report your additional income on the assets. So what's the government means purpose on this program is that we are honestly reported anything that we have and anything what we got. So if we have assets, we disclose the asset, and if we got money from the selling asset, we should report the money, the value of the money. Okay. For the first question, pembetulan yang dilakukan setelah PMK ini disampaikan tidak dapat dilakukan. So I think I have it on my calculator. slide.
You can check it in the end of the article of PMK. I read it in the end of the article maybe.
Okay, the end of the article. I mean, I have something in my mind, but do we need to get the law or tax based on it? Wait, I think I have it on my slide. Wait a minute. Slide number. Okay. Slider, please go to slide number 8. I got the answer here. Slide number 8. Okay. Thank you. So the other terms of policy, the second policy, the other terms, any amendment of the tax return of PPS participation after the law was issued is considered at all. So, because the law, the PMK 196 is stated about PPS or PPS. So the law will hold the participation of the program, the PPS program. So not all taxpayer. So if the participation of PPS, the participation of the law is doing an amendment of on their tax return, the amendment will not consider it at all. So tax office will consider the amendment not submitted at all. So it's not for all taxpayer, Mr. Lionel, but only the PPS participation. Thank you. I hope I can meet your question. Thank you, Ms. Ananda.
All right. Thank you for the answer, Mrs. Rizka. And so I want to say thank you for the person that asked the question for us. Thank you so much for Mr. Elvis and Mr. Lionel Messi for the question and Mrs. Rizka for the answer. And before we go to the closing session, allow me as the moderator to conclusion of this international webinar Tax 2 2022. And from the presentation given by our speaker, I conclude that taxation are from people to people, and taxation is the imposition of compulsory levies on individual or entities by government and in almost every country of the world. And benefit tax is education, healthcare, subsidy, and etc. And also in Malaysia, there is program non-voluntary disclosure program, and it is opportunity offered by Malaysia tax authorities to allow previously non-compliant taxpayers to make good under specific terms. And while in Indonesia, with the purpose of PDP procedure and payment, etc., and also with the implement of supervision through taxpayer audit. Dan terima kasih kepada Bapak Dr. Yusri Hazrul Yusuf dan Ibu Rizka Dewi Barus. Semoga materi yang dipaparkan dapat bermanfaat bagi kita semua. And dear beloved participants, we have arrived at the end of the discussion with our great speakers. And thank you for the participation and attention. Terima kasih telah aktif bertanya dan mengikuti webinar sampai akhir. Dan sekali lagi terima kasih kepada Mr. Dr. Yusri Hazrul bin Yusuf dan Ibu Rizka Dewi Barus. So me, Askia, as the moderator who lead the afternoon discussion, I would like to thank all of you and apologize to everyone if I have mistake that I made. Sampai jumpa pada diskusi selanjutnya dan saya kembalikan kepada MC. Good afternoon and see you soon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, thank you so much to Sister Ananda Askia Fatmawati and also both our speakers for guiding the presentation of the material as well as discussion and Q&A session with our great presenters today. I hope all of you have gained new knowledge in this webinar Text2 event. All right, for the next agenda, according to what has been said previously, there will be a door prize announcement at the end of this session. Therefore, we would like to inform the lucky winners who will receive the door prizes at the webinar Text2 2022 event. Can we have some drum roll, please? And the winner is operator? Okay. So can you guess who's the winner? The winner is, for the name that has been mentioned just now, which is Elvis Saputra, Yona Messi, and Nandin, Julia, Elvis Saputra, and also Alfia Noor. This is the name that has been most active participant and the winner of the quizzes game who is entitled to receive a door prize from this event. To the names that have been mentioned, please confirm with our committee via WhatsApp to get the door prizes. All right, next is a prayer as the closing of today's event. This time, I lead the prayer in an Islamic way. For others, it can be adjusted to their respective belief. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. O Allah, O our God, by giving thanks to your presence for all your graces you have bestowed on us, so that we can carry out today's activity without lacking anything. O Allah, our God, with the end of this activity, bestow knowledge and strength on all of us and grow a sense of brotherhood. A solid union between us is well established and intact. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azaban nar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Amin amin ya rabbal alamin. Before ending the webinar Text2 Tax Center Community, State University of Surabaya with University Technology Mara UiTM Malaysia 2022, I am Nur Shafinas Najwa, as the master of the ceremony of this event, would like to thank you and apologize if there are any wrong words and actions. See you again. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, all of the committee. All right.